Hello. Happy whatever today is. Happy Tuesday. We are back in Pyanodons. So what are we doing? We are trying to find things to do until tin processing is done. And then after that, we're going to have updated lead and silver processing, and those are going to need to be redone. And then iron processing as well. So while we're waiting for tin, and obviously right now science is, this thing's 10 hours. I don't think it's going to take 10 hours. I hope it doesn't take 10 hours. Whatever we can do to keep science moving is going to be valuable here. It looks like these are missing Pi 2, which I think is running again. Yeah, I do have Pi 2 running again. I fixed the issue with that last week, or an issue with that last week. Obviously, I could just increase our Pi 2 production. I do apparently have this available to do one more of these. Maybe I should just do that. Just grab a research center and throw it over here. It can't hurt if I make a little extra Pi 2, right? Like, may as well. And it's entirely possible that the scale of it actually needs that last machine to be, like, at ratio with the other sciences. I honestly don't know. Research center. Let's just grab one of those. And it's possible the bots will be able to deliver this right away, because there might be one in storage. This is something that we used to have being made up at... Yeah. Used to have being made up at the old mall. And as everything that was being built, in bulk here gets sent over, it's going to be in storage on this side, and we're going to have plenty of... a lot of stuff that we'll be able to just get when we want it and won't have to wait for the mall for. Oop, we are getting a bunch of... Oh yeah, that's right. I forgot I did rails last week. I'm glad that's working. And then, did I maintain a buffer chest? Wasn't that a thing that I set up? Did I get rid of it? Oh no, it's here. Jeez, I'm blind. I set this up a while ago. This is a buffer chest of things that are manufactured not in the... Actually, I think electric poles shouldn't be in here. This is things that are manufactured in the General Auto Mall, not on the belt base. So, like, electric poles are manufactured down here, so we don't need them buffered in this chest. But things like rail supports that do get made up here, I want there to be a small buffer of these so that they'll get brought to my inventory. What else am I missing, by the way? I'm missing pumps. And pumps are probably something that we can just say for now we make here. Poomp. Poomp. And it should be able to just make those. Maybe it's worth putting pumps down here. They're pretty easy to make, right? It's just like engines and steel. But can't hurt to just start with it up here, and then if it turns out... Because, like, pumps are used in other buildings, I think. If I look for... Yeah, I mean, they're used in 33 things. Plus, I need them all the time. So maybe it's worth putting pumps down here? I don't know. I don't know if I have strong feelings. And then, is there anything else in my inventory requests that we're not getting? Fast inserters. Fast inserters, I still haven't built. And I think, oh, right. I do have them queued up. They're just still waiting for electronics to happen. And oops, I screwed up this at some point. I forgot that got screwed up. We've got plenty of red belts now. Yeah, lots of red belts. I could probably put a small quantity of red belts in my, like, normal item requests. Especially red undergrounds. For when I want the longer underground length. But that's fine. Yeah, now that this is at full speed, it says an hour and a half. But I think things run at approximately half speed, so it might be close to 3 hours before tin processing is done. So I definitely need to find other stuff to do. And that other stuff to do is going to be looking at lead and silver. Maybe there's nothing here. And iron. Like, petroleum sulfonates are maybe new, but are they in this? Yeah. This is what I'm seeing, is a lot of the stuff that we need here for lead and silver and iron processing is from this additives tech. So I can't really start doing... Wow, a bunch more xylanol recipes, too. Jeez. I can't really start doing this until we get that, you know, we get this tech, and then we do tin processing, and then we do whatever else. Speaking of tin processing, this is the requests for tin processing, and we do have all the buildings. We just don't have all the recipes yet. So, like, I could start the build, I suppose, since this is everything we need. I just, like I said, I won't be able to set the recipe. So maybe that's what I should do, is just get the build started while I'm waiting. That's probably a good way to kill an hour or two while we're waiting for the tech, is to just do the build. Oh, something I should probably do while I'm thinking about it is... I'm going to set this to high priority, because ethylene glycol is what's blocking Dalfroth 250, which is what's blocking my antimony right now. And ultimately, ethylene glycol is blocked on silver, and that's why we're doing silver as soon as we do tin. Like, tin and silver are our two biggest bandwidth-limited things right now. But I want to get... if we can keep antimony going and keep the things that depend on antimony going, I will be a lot happier. So we do want to... I think we want to prioritize silver up to Dalfroth. I might regret that decision, but it's only going to be for a few hours. So let's do it. Let's keep this running. Because, yeah, we're really close to having a delivery of this. So I think that priority is worth it, just short term. And then I don't know if there's really anything else that I can mess with short term. This is all still running. I'm going to have to re-queue up this deconstruction at some point because, yep, we lost another chunk of it. Because it does time out eventually. So I just kind of have to keep an eye on on the deconstruction of the old mall and figure out when I have opportunities or when I'm going to have to do that sort of thing. At some point, we'll start marking much wider swaths of the old base for deconstruction, and we will reclaim this land, but not yet. Excuse me. I hope I hit that mute in time. Okay, I think, first things first, let's go drop off this research center. While I'm on that side of the map, I want to grab a bunch of asphalt because obviously we don't have enough asphalt here. That's needed asphalt for a while. And then I guess we'll do tin. We'll get the tin build done, the new tin build. That won't be able to turn on until we get the recipes, 2.5, 3 hours. And then once that tin build turns on, we'll figure out sort of where we're seeing other bottlenecks in like circuit processing and things like that, because right now it's really hard to tell what we don't have enough of because everything is bottlenecked on tin. So once we can solve our tin problems, we'll be in a much better place. Oh, this is all okay. We're still blocked on casein, which is running, but just isn't quite ready for delivery yet. Okay. Maybe I should scale this up. I don't think it's worth it, right? Because I think I did scale this to how much Corlex milk we can actually make. This uses 5 Corlex milk. How much can we make? Oh, God. 2.5 a second goes to 125 a second. So it's 50 each is the ratio. And this says we make 0.09 times 50 is 4.5. And this is scaled to 50. So this can actually go through it faster than we can produce it. Okay. So if I do want to scale it up, we need to scale up this build, which, like, I can do. I don't see why not. Like, I have a bunch of Corlex. I have a Corlex breeder somewhere. How many Corlex do we have? Do I even want to know? We have some Corlex. So I could potentially just straight up double Corlex milk production. What's the other inputs? Fish I've scaled up recently. Tufras I've scaled up. Corlex food. What does this use? 0.03. Where did I make Corlex food? Not there. There it is. Oh, it's just one machine. One machine can theoretically do 0.3. And what did I say we were potentially consuming? 0.03, a tenth of that? Okay. Obviously, that machine can't actually run at full speed. Let's just check YAFC. YAFC and YAFC. .05 is what this is apparently scaled to. Okay. If we check the Corlex milk, it should be scaled to like 0.03. 0.03. So I would want to scale this up to 0.06. Which is just one more kick-out plantation and maybe a little more phawagy. Yes. One more kick-out plantation and one more phawagy plantation would get this up to full scale for doubling our Corlex milk. Obviously, right now, some of the food also goes to the Corlex breeder, but who cares about that? Okay. So I need a kick-alk plantation, I need a Fawaji plantation, 10 Fawaji, 20 kick-alks, 3 Corlex machines. Let's get all those requests in place. 1 kick-alk plantation. 1 Fawaji plantation. 10 Fawaji. 20 kick-alks. And 3 Corlex homes. No, it's not called Corlex anything, is it? It's, dairy? No. What is it called? Ranch. Okay. And then the other thing we need, if we're increasing that, is that the casein build itself. If we're going to go with now 9 a second Corlex milk. Oh, this was already scaled to be a little bit... Okay. There we go. 0.9 a second is what we want. Scale it up a little bit further so that it's... There we go. So 2, 6, 3, 2, 1 evaporator, which we're not actually using anymore, I don't think. I think I changed how I'm doing wastewater, and I just didn't get this updated. Oh, nope, we're still doing the evaporator. Never mind. So we'll leave that there. It's still just 1 evaporator, so it doesn't matter. But let me just get... This will be easier if I Alt-Tab without going back and forth for you guys, but sorry. We've got 1, 1, 2, 1 of the machines in order. So we need 1 more evaporator. Oh, this is backwards. Sorry. We need 1 more mixer, 2 more agitators, 4 more centrifugal pans, and 1 more evaporator. All right. Mixer 1, agitator 2, 4 centrifugal pans, and 1 more evaporator. All right. That should be everything that we need to, like, triple our Corlex, our casein. We're going to double our Corlex milk. We're going to just triple the casein capability. It won't quite be able to run at full capacity. I think at this scale it wants, yeah, it wants 10 milk a second, and we're only going to be at, like, 9 milk a second. But that's close enough. It's an asphalt around here somewhere. Yep, right below me. All right, so we'll do that, and that should let us make sure that PySci 2 is being fed with enough casein. I think it's like right on the edge probably of being enough right now at the current scale of things, so it doesn't hurt to scale it up a little bit. And then I don't have to think about it for like the foreseeable future. All right. Not that I've had to think about it for many years, but years? No, hours. It feels like years. The extra signals around this cloverleaf to let multiple trains be like going through the loops at the same time without stopping seems to have helped a lot with traffic through here. I'm not noticing it looking backed up as frequently. So that's a good sign. Aren't they over-signaled with chains? I don't think with chains. These should all be regular signals all the way around the loop. Yeah. And then we have chains into each of the sort of like in-between sections. Although this is wrong. That should be a chain signal there, shouldn't it? Oh, it was just an encode issue. Okay. Right, that should be a chain in here. Thought it was chain in... Splits and merges aren't intersections. True. I guess that's true. So yeah, maybe I'm a little over-aggressive with chain signals at the splits and merges. It just means that nothing will actually wait in the split portion. They'll wait a signal back. Yeah, I could replace the chains in the merge with rails. I think you're right. Yeah, because something waiting here doesn't mess anything up. It's just sitting one signal length earlier. It's also not helpful, because it would still be blocking the same amount of stuff. Maybe from a UPS perspective, it matters one way or the other. But from a flow-through perspective, it is identical, because it's not a long enough segment for the train to not still block this segment, right? If it comes through here and stops here instead of stopping here. Anyway, yeah, things might be a little over-signaled. Oh, get rid of the next rail on the merges? Yeah, that's true. Yep, yeah, it would perform identically. That is probably true. Yeah, like it matters here where two paths briefly share this little section because cloverleafs are a bad design, right? You want these to be chain and then rail because you don't want a train from one side blocking a train from like the other side going around. You know, if a train was coming from the right and was going to fork off to go south, and a train was coming from the south and wants to go west, you don't want a train to be blocking this middle section. So it's effectively a crossing, just a funny-shaped one. But yeah, here, while geometrically the same as half of this, it is not. Cyan plus magenta block. The vertical segment has an extra rail on the left elevated. In the middle. Where? top left and bottom right of the power pole. I mean, this is the same, like, unnecessary... Well, actually, no, it matters here because this is... Oh, here. Yeah, I see what you're saying. Yeah. These shouldn't be here. I would want these to be one segment, just like... Yes. It should be the same as this. And actually, I think this one should also go. Although the chain through is less important, because it's still a chain signal. But I think that would be what I really want it to be. And that matches the geometry down below. It keeps trains from stopping in the middle. Yeah, the extra chains don't hurt, but they provide zero benefit. Yep. Cool. So yeah, it was totally possible for trains to stop on the upper bridge before. Ooh, it's probably like that on all of my cloverleafs, by the way. If we check them. Yeah, they're all the same. That's in my blueprint. Fortunately, I don't have that many of them in the map. I've kind of avoided using them because cloverleafs are a bad intersection design. Here, 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 here. I was having fun with the elevated rails. I didn't do... They click down. Same with my my trumpet. Although the trumpets require some signal tweaks when I paste them down because of just the signal spacing. But like, that was the intent when I built this blueprint book, was that I'd be able to just drop the intersections down on top of straights. All right, I think this is all of them. Obviously, I'm going to have to go around and... Did I do this one? Yes. All right, they'll get... Not identical throughput-wise because of the 4 sets of 2-to-2 crossings. Yeah. But just really, cloverleafs are, they take up a lot less space. They take up a lot more space. They do. I was just having fun with elevated rails. Like, I didn't play with elevated rails much when I did my Space Age playthrough. So I was having fun with them when I set up this blueprint book. And that was the entirety of it. And when I started doing the blueprint design, I hadn't fully committed to 1x1 trains yet. Did you send me your hypermodular? I don't think you did. Or if you did, I've already forgotten because it's been a long couple of weeks. But it does not sound familiar. What are we missing? We're missing some Phawagy. Okay, I can just grab Phawagy to use as modules. And we're missing centrifugal pans. And those probably need to be... Oh, nope. It's already on the list. We're just waiting for them to get made. Excuse me. "12x12 grid snap, very flexible." Tease. Oh yeah, you've got a bunch of stuff going on in there. I don't know how this happened. How we ended up with abusing the hell out of Super Force build, yes. I need to abuse Super Force build less often because sometimes it does really stupid things, and it's broken my builds on multiple occasions. My favorite one is this. If you've got, like, undergrounds like this, and use Super Force build going this way, it will detect and overwrite that you have placed this here and break the vertical pipe, even though it didn't need to do that in order to extend this pipe. I need to be more careful with it. Can replace rails on a straight segment with chains to guarantee that an exit block on an intersection is large enough. Right. That makes sense. Did I miss something? Oh, this? The top split is 2 rails. The bottom is... Oh, there. Yep. That's because of how these blueprints don't quite tile when they, Although really what I should be doing with this is... This can just be a rail signal. These don't have to be chains anywhere. Yeah. But the blueprint has chains in some places it doesn't need them. And, I mean, like, here as well. Yeah, I should go through and clean up those blueprints on some of the places where it's really just splits and merges. That should be rails and not chains. But what happens is, depending on the orientation things are in and the order that they get force pasted, they will overwrite some rails with chains or vice versa. And I don't always manually fix it. Neatly tiles on a 24-tile grid. The intersection itself is 36 tiles across. Ooh, okay, that makes... That is nice. Am I where I thought I was? I am. I'm just distracted. Corlex food is here. I need one more of these guys. And one more of these. Let's do... Since the intersections are pure chains plus chain replacement for rails on exit blocks, straight tracks overlap with signaling. Click down 2 intersections really close to each other. Yeah, I tried to have some of that with mine, and I just didn't quite get all of the signaling in a way that it merges correctly. Like, stuff ends up Not quite merging cleanly. All right, that's Corlex food. I feel like at that point, performance isn't the point, though. That's just for fun. Wow, did I actually just ghost in exactly what I needed to, like, double the throughput of this? I love it. I love it when I'm actually paying attention. And then this needs to be like 1, 2, 3. How many does each of these guys take? 20? All right. Having the flexibility to just stamp random master sections damn near anywhere is so useful. Yes. Yeah, like I said, all my stuff is theoretically on a grid, but it's not as clean as it could be. I could probably spend, well, I know I definitely should spend more time working on it, but... All right, what do I need for these? These are just a steel plate. All right. I want, like... How many of these do I need? A bunch. And also a bunch of barrels. You know what? We can do that over here. We grab a... Do I not have a requester chest here? Here. Ooh. Requester chest. Stack of those. Couple of stacks of those. You like the 12 by 12 grid because it's so small. There's basically never a situation where you can't make it work. Yeah. Mine is 90? How did I settle on 90? I don't know. I think I intentionally wanted bigger ones, and it had to be a big enough grid size that the cloverleaf fit. So we ended up with 90. Okay, I'm gonna have to come back here with a bunch more barrels. What I can do now is get empty barrels. That'll work. Just this way, when I come in to drop off the barrels that I'm manufacturing, I can just put them in these chests and not even worry about it. I could probably turn off the Corlex breeder. I don't think it's really strictly necessary anymore. I probably have enough Corlex until I decide I want Corlex Mark IIs and I need tons and tons of them again. But a steel chest full of Corlex is probably plenty. Well, what's science waiting on? Still Pi-Sci 2? Still Pi-Sci 2. Alright, and we just doubled our throughput for what should be Pi-Sci 2, so... no we didn't. I didn't get all these pipes hooked up right. Oops. I assumed because I had the buildings ghosted that I had already done the pipes. That was not the case. Where am I going? Actually, that's fine. Weirdly enough. All right, now we should be good. Everything green, everything green. And then once these are done with the batch, yeah, these are both going green. It's gonna take a minute for this all, I think, to get its first batch done. There we go. That'll make this a lot faster now, which will feed up to Pi-Sci 2, which will probably end up getting blocked on something else. But hopefully that is enough. Pi-Science 2. Okay, this was scaled for just 3 research centers, so the 4th one isn't meaningful. But at 0.3 casein in, we were technically making just barely enough before, but we're making plenty now. And this is scaled for like 0.3 now. Which is fine, I guess. Oh, I didn't put in a module. I should run up there and drop that off. Few signal errors in that because I never bothered to clean it off, but you get the general idea. Let me take a look at that real quick. Whoa, that's cool. And that fits the 12 by 12 grid. Woo. That's fun. All right, so once we get... And I should have just hand-delivered this, but I guess we're going to hit 2,000 here real soon, and we'll get a train full. But once we get another delivery of this, it should at that point be being made fast enough that Pi-Sci 2 will never be waiting on it ever again. Well, assuming we have enough acetic, which surely we do. I couldn't possibly. I didn't even think about that. All right. Let's double check that, since I did just make this much bigger. 10 a second. Acetic acid is scaled to, oh, huge amounts. I must be using it for something else, right? Like lead acetate, yeah, uses 30 a second. Vinyl acetate uses 20 a second. Zinc acetate uses 85.7 a second. 50. 135.7. 145.7. We make 125. Okay. So maybe we want a couple more methanol reactors dropped down here. And if we do that, are we going to have enough methanol? How are we making methanol right now? I mean, just methane. Methane is, you know, basically free. Although hot air is not totally free. Is this tin chromium alloy? That's tin chromium alloy. Oh, that might actually be why we're almost out of acetic acid. Not because we were running low on actually consuming it too fast, but because we weren't getting the tin chromium alloy to process it. So maybe we're actually fine on acetic acid for now. It is hard to know. Because, like, obviously I can go through and say we need so much acetic acid theoretically if every build is running full capacity, but the reality is most of the time, most of the builds are not running full speed. All right, I think I'm going to have to do the thing. We're going to collect... Well, for one thing, what can I clear out of my inventory? Not a lot, actually. Most of this is stuff I want. I do want to go... Where did I put that one? Oh, we're still waiting on milk barrels. Okay. Oh, did I not authorize milk barrels to get crafted? All right, we'll let that run. I'm just looking at how many slots I currently have in my inventory versus how many slots I'm going to need for all the buildings here. I need to free up a few slots. I mean, I could just get rid of a lot of the asphalt, I guess, for now, and it'll just be in storage here. I grabbed way more than I needed. Extra rail signals. Ooh, I'm missing 4 of my bots. I don't know where I left them behind. Probably that means they're drifting across the map somewhere, looking for me. I'm looking for any moving pixels that aren't, like, where they're supposed to be. All right, once the bots have cleaned out a little bit more of this asphalt, let's just pick this up. This is everything we need for the new tin build, even though we can't set all the recipes correctly yet. I'll just use various tools to put the ghost in my cursor, and we can set the recipe that way anyway. So now the question is, where do we want to do the new tin build? We've been doing a lot of stuff down this way. And I think we can. I think I really have to decide how I want to connect this part to this part before we can really... I mean, we're definitely going to have more horizontal stretch through here. So I can have more things coming off of this south path before I really need to think about turning north. Because, like, we want to come through where as much of the land is as possible. So we're not turning right away. We're going a little bit further. We're gonna run out of materials to try to build like this real quickly. I'm just trying to get a better idea of how this is going to merge with what's down south. This is actually quite a large, like, stretch of... Oops, and that's kind of what I was trying to avoid. All right. Do we go one further west, then? I think if we're one module further west, we're at risk of hitting this. Yeah, there's a bunch of these stones, rocks through here. These resource rocks. See, now I feel like we're pointed right at this phosphate rock. Yes. What if we go in between? That looks like it might miss everything. All right, that might be our path. We can sneak all the way down that way. I'll be happy with that. Obviously, I don't keep enough signals on my person for this to actually get signaled. I'm going to have to come back with, like, hundreds of signals. But I think this will work. Cool. Yeah, that's going to come really far. So I need to decide where I want this to hook up over here. If I want to bring it all the way down to the southernmost path, if I want to put a T in like here and go across like here to meet up with it, which I think I want to do. I think it'll be something like that. Probably both, right? We put a T here, we hook up south, and that boxes off like this whole region that we can fill up with builds. I'm almost out of rail, though, so that's going to be... Oh, that's it. I'm out of rails. Okay. So yeah, that's like that. Where that is going to go. And then I need to go grab rails and signals. We're not going to go back this way. This is far enough south now that, like, I can use it as a reference line when I'm linking up other parts of the rail. So I'm going to go down to where we have more infrastructure, you know, sort of the existing southeast corner here. We're going to build our new tin build down here somewhere. And then we'll be working kind of off of that, planning to merge with this rail whenever we get to the point of needing to merge with this rail. This is really just here as a reference point for us now of like how things are going to be shaped and how it's all wired together. Oh, that was interesting. Marked for deconstruction and then reconstruction. All right. Twitch is telling me that it is ad break o'clock, so while my inventory gets filled up with rails again, let's let Twitch run its ad, and when we come back, we'll go start working on actually building the tin build. I'll see everyone in just a few minutes. I recommend get some water, stretch your legs, take care of yourself as a human during the ad break. I will be doing the same thing, getting myself a little more water. So I'll see everyone in just a few minutes. All right. Where is my Factorio window? There we go. Do I have everything I need? Yes. Yes? We're still waiting for some rails, but, like, not a lot of rails. Not enough that I care. And fast inserters are still waiting on all the things fast inserters are already waiting on, which is tin. So let's go, let me just check. We should have gotten the casein delivery. No. Why not? Did it go somewhere else? Do I have multiple things demanding? Well, yes. Yes, I do. What are you? Oh. Oh. All right. Also, something is wrong here. Obviously. Did I miss an outserter somewhere? That's supposed to, like, be taking spoilage out of this, and... No, the spoilage goes this way. Comes around here. Yes. High priority. 12,000. Probably it should have a void circuit. Maybe that's what I'm missing? Does biomass have an actual void station? Yeah, okay. So quality of rock food needs to be set up with a proper void for the biomass. That's easy enough for me to fix because I'm going in that direction anyway. So I still haven't decided if I want to hook from here down to here or here over to here or both. Possibly. Possibly we want to do a path right through here. Although we also will have this path on this side of the lake. And again, I kind of like leaving the lake as a lake. But yeah, probably the stage was set for PySci 2 to start breaking as soon as I built quality of rock food. And I just hadn't even realized that I was pulling too much casein too quickly. But what we're going to do here, we're going to go like... It's this one. We're going to go like that. And then some of these signals get to go away. And some of these just can be normal signals through here. Yeah, I should fix that blueprint. Probably there shouldn't be any chain signals at all in it. So that'll go over here and eventually merge with this. And so will this. I might want to curve this north at some point in between, just to make sure that we can use some of this space a little more effectively, because I think we're going to have some dead space here. What am I fixing? I'm fixing this to have void logic. Does anything here actually get voided? Am I looking at a useless? Here we go. Biomass bigger than 10K. There we go. Now this biomass will be gotten rid of. And in fact, Cybersyn should figure out pretty quickly that it needs to, yeah, dispatch a train here. All right, let's fix, while I'm just standing around in an area that's kind of the middle of nowhere, let's fix some blueprints. So these really don't need chain signals at all, right? Because this is just a merge. This is just a merge. This is just a merge. 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 Yeah, because this is all merges, so there's really no need for extra signals. I do want to signal, like, get rid of the signals before the splits / after the merges. Oh, these ones, like, here entirely, you mean? Yeah. Not those ones? I do want to signal through here way more frequently. Keep the... Ah, okay. So just this one, this one, this one, this one, and this one, and this one. Although I do want to add more signals through here, right? Because for whatever reason, I didn't actually, like, give this enough signals. Although if I just drop random signals, they're not going to match... They're not going to match what's on the straight through anyway, because the straight through is a different dimensional, just size. Like, really, what I should do is I should take the straight through and its signals, drop them in place, remove the ones that are too close to other signals, and then I want to add signals to these diagonals, and I want them to be at least vaguely symmetrical. Actually, can I do 2 signals on these? Probably. No need to remove signals for the straights. Yes. At least here I do. And maybe this should be... Well, I guess I could leave the signals and then change some things to chain signals. But what I don't want is a train to be stopped at this signal, blocking... But I guess what it would do is it would just stop here and it would still block this path, wouldn't it? So it's identical. Doesn't matter. It's still blocking this path. Yeah. That makes sense. It's at worst the same. Yeah. And I think that's probably what I did with a lot of these intersections. I was like, I don't want a train to be blocking this corner, and didn't really think about where that train was coming from. And therefore... So yeah, the only one that doesn't work, that doesn't cleanly hook up, is here. That one's in conflict just because the rail comes in a little too tightly. I wonder if I can get this to merge... just like one tile sooner. No, it's identical. So yeah, that signal that ends up like here, I'm always going to have to remove when I paste this over. By making that a tight 90 instead of the angled. Yeah, I mean, I think it just doesn't really want to... Will it come in cleaner? It will come in a little bit cleaner. Yeah, I could do that. Like there. There. I don't know if that's quite right, but... And I think there. Here, let me just do this again and make sure. And then the other thing I could clean up while I'm cleaning up... Actually, I think this one pretty much has to come through here. Can this one get narrower? Not really. Yeah, we might not be able to actually... I'm not going to try to fix that. I think we pretty much... I was going to see if I could fix the spacing, and I'm sure I can if I spent enough time with it, but I don't know if I care. to be entirely honest. Don't know if I care that much. So yeah, like, it's worthwhile putting more through signals on some of these things. Need to do more gradual corners on the other one, yeah. It's more effort than I want to put into it right now. But just getting some extra signals around all of these corners. Because what I have seen with a lot of my intersections is you'll get stuff stopped blocking the main pathway because, like, this whole thing used to be one rail segment, right? So, like, we need to let the trains move more quickly across the bridges and through. So I think this is good. It has all the same signals as this, which was an important part of the design. So I think we can call that ready to be updated. Do I remember how to do that? Trumpet. Select new contents. Yes. Okay, and now I have to adjust my everything. -0. Actually, -0 in that direction is right. Minus... I think that's right. I think that's on the grid. All right, now we get to do the same thing with the cloverleaf, because that's not correctly signaled either. So yeah, if I grab those, I mean, they tile. Not that I use the tiling of them all that often. I usually just plop them down individually. So, like, even if the tiling was broken, I don't know if I would notice. All right. So there's a few things to fix. And for this, I have to be a little more careful about where I do or don't put chain signals because, like, we do have areas where we need them. But here again, we can get rid of some of these. These can just be normal signals. I think we could do that at all of the main inputs and outputs. Just like we were able to do with the trumpet. Now, on each of these side paths, I want, like, here, there, here, 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 here. All right. So that gives us more, again, gives us more rail segments through here. In the top, these crossings need to be the same as the bottom crossings, like geometrically. And then I want around all of these edges, I want to see rail signals. Ooh, how do I... There we go. That's where I want that one. There's like two places within a pixel of each other there. And then again at like... I don't know. That one's fine. There. And I'm just going around to maintain symmetry is really what I'm doing with this. Trying to make sure signals are positioned like horizontally and vertically aligned with each other. I'm out of signals, but that's okay because we're just turning this into a blueprint anyway. And then one last section like here. All right, and that should do, I mean, besides that we can't see all of the splits because I ran out of signals. What do I need to make more signals? If I just wanted to have them for the sake of circuit boards and plates, I actually have those not too far from here. Let me just handcraft a few signals. Batteries, simple circuits. And iron plate will be like right up here. At least one of these guys needs iron plates. Vacuum tubes use iron plates. Okay. That looks good. We have chain signals coming in to the parts where we have a merge before a diverge. And other than that, no chain signals, because these segments are the only ones that are truly quote-unquote intersections. See if there are any conflicts between the different, yeah, if I drop down... I think for the cloverleaf, there's going to be some conflicts with the straight through segment, just because, yeah, just the geometry of the cloverleaf. But I'm okay with that. I use the cloverleafs so rarely. Oh, copy the whole... Yeah. We'll just like doing this sort of thing. Obviously they can't sit right next to each other. That's a conflict, but I knew that was there. And actually, in that case, not that you can put them right next to each other, but if you were going to, you would actually want to change some of these for chain signals through here, where the two of them meet. Oh, just copy it and right. I get what you're saying. Like that. I don't see anything that's not blue. Obviously, with a 90-degree rotation, it's a different story because of the elevation. It's really only rotationally symmetric at 180 degrees. I see something that's different. Something right here. Is that in a slightly different place? Does that need to be, like, here? Ooh, interesting. Oh, yeah, I did something weird with some of my symmetry there, didn't I? And that should hit that spot and that spot. Yep. All right, that was slightly off. Top left went on bottom. Oh, I see. Yeah, something's not right with this. No, that one's right. Top. Oh, went on bottom track. I see what you mean. Yep. That might be why this ended up attached here in the first place. There it goes. Do I see anything else that's not blue when I flip this back and forth? Too close to existing rail signal. One orientation, and in the other it does nothing. So there is still something that it doesn't like. Oh, I see. It's some of the diagonal... Yeah, lower level... Oh, the chain's near the center. Oh, are they not quite symmetric? Ah, they were not quite symmetric. Yeah, there's one other place where something's off by one tile, which I think is probably around some of these merges where the signals are very hard to see because they're below. take one entrance or path to the other 3 from there. Yeah. Yeah, I think I had originally done this with symmetry, but there we go. I fixed it. It was one of these little corners where something was like weird underneath the elevated rail and I couldn't quite position the signals correctly. Cool. Cloverleaf. Update content. 90 by 90, offset 0, 0. You know what? That's totally fine. That looks correct. I've got extra. Oh, I probably do, don't I? I didn't even double check. Dude, I have the, oh, the waterfall. Not waterfall, waterfill. I probably did that in the trumpet, too. Cool. Oh, that was a good distraction. While we wait for tin processing to turn back on. Ooh. No, let's not get distracted. Okay, let's, I'm gonna do a straight here. And there's so many intersections that have the unnecessary chain signals and stuff around them. I'm not gonna try to fix that to any degree of anything. We're just going to accept that that's the way it is. But at least moving forward, they're a little bit cleaner. So, for our new tin processing, which I can't even see here. How far back is it? Jeez, I've opened a lot of tabs. Tin, there we go. We have a lot of inputs. Oh boy, do we have a lot of inputs. So obviously the tin itself gets its own station. That's coming out at, you know, a belt a second. That's a lot. Coke for graphite electrodes needs to come out. I mean, that could probably also be its own station if I'm being entirely honest, but like, doesn't have to be. Maybe share that with one other thing. And then I guess all the fluids can come in on one set of stations. It's a bunch, but it's not a huge amount of fluids. And then everything else is fairly small quantities, right? Because, yeah, we need the borax alongside the graphite for making the molten tin. So we bring in the borax alongside the coke. So that'll be one station. Tin ore will be one station. Sand castings, biofilm, chromium, and filtration media, 5 things. That fits in one station if I upgrade it to a bigger storage. And then all the fluids. MIBC, hot air, organic solvent, kerosene, oleochemicals, soda ash, and grease will all come in on their own station. So that's 4 stations worth of inputs and 7 stations of outputs. Oof. I guess we could crush the stone down to sand, and then our sand input would only be like a trickle. And that way we don't have to get rid of the stone output. But like everything else here. So we have 11 stations in total is what I'm what I'm seeing. Oh, give or take 1 or 2. So that's cool. So how many of these segments have I put down so far? Just 2. 1, 2. I think it's going to be 4 segments in total is what we're going to need. So 4 segments. 3, 4. And I'm already out of signals again, but we're going to pick up signals as we go around and change things here, so that's okay. So the first thing coming in, I guess we'll do a solid drop-off near the top here. We do want this to be through, because we don't want this train to come out and block here if trains from other stations, especially output stations, could be coming through. So these ones need to be chained. And then our other input, I think I said I've had like 3 solid inputs effectively, and then 2 or 1 liquid input. So those are 3 solid inputs. One of these needs to be changed to the bigger container. And if we set up our requests on these, one of these is going to want tin ore. Keep it all the way full with tin ore. Oh, and the tin ore one I should definitely switch over to orange inserters. So let's fix that too. Because this is just a single item input, I don't have to worry about getting any weird... I don't have to worry about the stack inserters holding on to anything in their hand. I don't have to try to empty their hands out. They just... If they do hold on to some tin ore, that's fine. It'll get emptied out later. This one, we want coke. I'm going to say keep it like half full of coke and borax minus 30. We're only using like half a belt of coke in this, so I'm not too concerned. Oh, yeah, it would help if I... did that. And then this last one has a bunch of stuff in it. Sand. Ooh, excuse me. We've got sand castings. We've got biofilm. We've got chromium. And we've got filtration media. All right. Has this already had trains dispatched to it? Yes. This one hasn't, though. Okay. For the sake of some amount of consistency. Although, yeah. And then if we do that again, here, we're going to have a fluid drop-off. And this is going to need to be made... I should really blueprint... I keep saying this. I should blueprint variants of this that can do, like, 1 fluid, 2 fluid, 3 fluid, up to, like, I don't even know how many. 10 or something. But... One, two, three, four, five, six. There's actually 7 fluids. Because this is going to take a hot second to get fully populated here. MIBC. Hot air. Organic solvent. Kerosene. Oleochemicals. Soda, whoops. Soda ash. And grease. And then I need to do... the same thing here with all of the same inputs. All right. Organic solvent. Kerosene. Oleochemicals. Soda ash regeneration solution. And grease. And a lot of these are used in very small quantities, so, like, as soon as we get the first delivery of them, we will not need many more very quickly after that. Okay. Just making sure that it looks like all of these tanks are hooked up to the cybernetic combinator, because I've screwed that up enough times. I think we're good. Cool. That's all the inputs. Now we just have to, like, actually build the... Where are my... So somewhere around here, I think I have a fuel station. Yeah, this radar is screwing up my grid. I guess if I just take the grid from the bottom and go up, that'll be easier. I want to get my radars in place. I can't, like, see what I'm doing on the map. And another one right up here. Again, the radar grid is a little weird here because I've got... No, actually, it's correct here. Right there. All right, that's going to be kind of in an awkward position, but... I just don't have to use that spot, I guess. Hey, I got my other construction bots back. They finally drifted across the map to me. Cool. Everything is starting to show up that needs to show up. So I think now it's just a matter of hooking up each of the, like... each of our input things. So we're going to start with the raw input in here. And we have tons of space to work here. Like, this is all big open desert. So I want to leave plenty of space on the left here because we have to route out, you know, half a dozen different fluids, several different weird solid inputs, so I don't want to actually start doing my processing until, like, somewhere out here. So this will be 9 automated screeners. All right. Each automated screener is 1.66 items in, 0.49 items out. All right, so that's like that. And that. And they need power. And they tile. Nine automated screeners. We come over here. We need to split off the tin grade 1, because there's another processing step for the tin grade 2. So... tin grade 2. And that goes into 6 jaw crushers. That lined up, that's lined up. .25 in to .75 out. So that's fine. I could probably get away with the gray inserter out, but whatever. And we do need power, certainly at the bottom. Six is the correct number. Cool. So now this needs to be split. Output to the right is going to be stone. And that is a byproduct. It goes out of here. And then merge with the other grade 1, which is a total of like 3.75 right now. We're going to get more from a future step. All right, and that's something to remember, is that I actually do have more coming in. Cool. So I don't even have to do, like, a merger here. I can just, like, dump it on the side of this belt and not even worry about it. All right, that feeds 7 more automated screeners doing the tin grade 3 recipe. The output of that is tin grade 3 and tin ore rejects. The tin ore rejects need to come back around this way. And they feed into 4 secondary crushers. Which is going to make more tin grade 1 for us. Right up, like, here. Oh, nope, I need to split that. I need to split that first. So that is here, here. And that's going to have the tin grade 1 that comes out of it. Yes. Oh, wait, no, this one doesn't split. Sorry. No. I was right the first time. This is the one that splits. So our path down here comes underneath. And that will need to feed the next line. This whole section is pretty much ready, though. Here, let's get some power into this. Just because I want to see this turn on and make sure that I got all my filters right before I go much further. I know this is like existing tin processing and not all that interesting, but... Oh. Cool. How much is left in this? 13K? It'll get used up. Yeah. That's annoying that I did that, but... hopefully it'll get used up. $37.5 saline water to 33 soda ash regeneration solution. Do we have like at least 13K to make? Yeah, it'll be fine. It'll be fine. All right, this looks like it's working. Only 4.5 per second items out of the first set, so that's fine. This is 2.25, and this is 3.25. So that's all fine as far as like belt running on half a belt, whatever. Might need to think about it more if I wanted to try to do 2 belts of tin ore in, but we're not. We're just doing 1, so I think we're good enough. All right, next step. The tin grade 3 goes into a bunch of washers. Doing tin grade 4. Yep. So that's 0.33 in, 0.33 out. So just like so. How many washers do I need? 7. And then we also need to run water into this. Do I want to use... let's be a little less wild and crazy here. I think I can just use normal pipes. I don't think I have to use niobium here. And then there's plenty of space around here to figure out just pumping water right in. Okay. Other output of this is this tailings? This is tailings. So this side of it needs to go... and this pump is here purely so I can switch to the longer pipes on this side. So I can use the small pipes where the machines are close and then switch to the big ones. Is a pump worth that changeover? I don't know, maybe. Fluid pickup. Yeah, I mean, we may as well do it right here. pump. Probably we'll need to do something with priorities and overflows on all of the outputs, actually, not just that one. But we'll deal with that later. This one can come right through here and is going to be a solid pickup station. Oh, and it's ad break o'clock. I will step away and get myself a little bit more water during the ad. I recommend you guys do the same. Hydrate, take care of yourselves as human beings, and when we are back, we will continue getting this build done. I'll see everybody in just a few minutes when the ad is over, and we will figure out whatever's next. Tin grade 4. Welcome back, everybody. Thanks for hanging around through the break. I appreciate it. All right, what are we working on? We have tin grade 4 coming out of these washers. So tin grade 4, what does YAFC tell me? The tin grade 4 goes into 7 ball mills, where it is turned into tin dust. Ball mills. And then that feeds to 7 jig concentrators with MIBC. All right, so we're going to have to pull the MIBC up from down here. But let's get the jig concentrators in place. Making, not titanium. Oh, this is one of the recipes I don't have yet. Can I do this from FNEI? Oh, whoops, wrong recipe. Or do I have to go into something else? If I look here... I was going to say, is there a way in here to copy the recipe? I don't think there is. Okay. Do it from Factory Planner, because I know I can do it in Factory Planner, although I should clean up a bit. All right. And I want, our output is tin concentrate. And then if we make that this one, and then I right-click, copy. Nope. Wrong recipe. Is that not how this works? Oh, add to cursor. That's what I want. There we go. So this has 2 fluid inputs. All right, let's give it a little more space. Again, let's use regular pipes. So I can still use, yeah, red inserter there. And then output-wise, I think we just split it again, because that's honestly easier than trying to do anything else. How many of these do we need? 7. Output of this, we're going to have to split the tin rejects and the tin concentrate. Tin concentrate looks like it's like what our final sort of product here. Let's look at, whoops, what did I just do? What buttons am I pressing in my computer? Tin concentrate is what ends up all the way down here, turning into high grade tin concentrate. So I think everything else we're doing here is getting tin concentrate from, like, all of the different bits of the tin that we're getting out. So that means the next step that we want to do is we actually want to process the tin rejects to the powdered tin and the tailings dust, right? Getting kind of each of these different things together. Yeah. All right. So yeah, we'll do the tin concentrate first, and then powdered tin to tin solution and tin slime. The tin solution we process into bottom tin pulp, which makes more tin concentrate, and middle tin pulp, which makes more tin slime. The tin slime gets processed into tin pulp, which is ultimately tin concentrate. Yeah. So I think I have this basically actually in the right order that I want to build, like, these different stages. You know, I could do the middle pulp processing at the bottom instead of doing the bottom pulp processing first. I don't think that really matters. But yeah, this is pretty much in order, so I can just keep going right through this sheet. Cool. So yeah, tin rejects into powdered tin is the next machine. And I'm going to keep pressing that button, even though it still doesn't work. I ran updates before stream, which is always a dangerous thing to do. And somehow I rely on the OBS, like, local web server API for some automations that I set up with like physical buttons. And of course, something is not working correctly with that. So the tin rejects will come out here to here. Those feed into automated screeners, which I only have 6 of. Which almost certainly means that I put the wrong number up here somewhere. Yes, there's only supposed to be 9 up here. And again, I think we're going to have to do some shenanigans to get this recipe. That's not what I want. What is this recipe called? Powdered tin. We want powdered tin. 1. We're going to make that. Add to cursor. There we go. 0.33 in to 0.66 out. All right. So we'll do a yellow inserter out. Cool. And then the output of these is powdered tin and tailings dust. Cool. So our output priority to the right is going to be the tailings dust. Got to get rid of that. That'll come over here to another station. And this is part of why I left so much space between the rails and where I'm doing this build. I've crammed so many builds up against the rails and not had enough space to, like, route things and get all the weird inputs and side products and outputs out. And I'm sick of it. And I'm just leaving space. How much? We make 2.14 tailings dust in total, so that's just a couple of yellow inserters is fine. Ooh, cool. We are already getting rid of the tailings. Even though I didn't... Well, maybe tailings isn't set up to even have a void logic, because, like, tailings is always a byproduct, so why would I set up a void? Also, are these aligned? It's really hard to tell. I think they are. Next, what's the other output of this? Right, the powdered tin. The powdered tin needs to go into... Oh, just one hydroclassifier. Okay. I like it when it's just one building. And this thing, again, I need to set up the recipe for it, because I still don't have the recipes unlocked, so we have to do this the hard way. We're making tin solution. Two and a half items a second. That is a blue inserter. No solid outputs. Excellent. So we got to bring in... we got to bring in organic solvent. Which is this one. But again, just like up here, I'm doing like the section at the buildings with iron pipe, and then the longer stretches with a pump to niobium pipe. It's because it does feel like a lot of niobium otherwise. Okay. That looks good. Organic solvent in. And then we've got the tin solution and the tin slime out. And then we're immediately going to take the tin solution into a scrubber and then into another scrubber. And ultimately, that second scrubber does spit out tin concentrate. So let's see if we can get both of these in one go so I don't have to dig through these menus 5 times. So we're going to make tin concentrate from this recipe. And for that, we're going to make bottom tin pulp with this recipe. There we go. So yeah, this brings in... I'm going to directly connect these. Some of these things, because the ratios are actually relatively clean. So these are 1-to-1. And these are, well, 1 to 2, so, like, we'll have 2 sets of these, 2 buildings for every one of these if we ever expand this. But, what I want to do... bring in water here. And then this should be an underground linking these two. Because both of these need sand. So we're actually going to pull the sand. Oh, and of course this is... yeah, we'll figure out how we're going to route the sand in. Because the sand has to come from this station is where the sand comes from. So yeah, we got to bring the sand in. And that'll feed both of these guys at, here, a little over 1 a second at our current scale, although they can consume up to 2.5, so maybe I just drop blues in so that if I do scale things up, it's fine. Water needs just a water pump somewhere. And then both of these have tailings outputs. Both of these have tailings outputs, yes. Oh, and of course, that's going to end up, like, right where the water is, because these are right off of here. Can I do this differently? Not really. I mean, I could flip this horizontally, but then these ones don't line up. And I need those ones to line up for this to, like, be a nice feed-through system. That's fine. Because I think I actually want this to come, like, here. Just like that, in fact. So then these outputs need to come somewhere I can reasonably hook them up. But they can just be, like, here. And then pump. Power. And then I'm going to rerun this pipe. Yeah, just to there. So all the rest of it seems to line up fine. Because that'll get all of the tailings merged together now. Cool. Oh, shoot. This is the wrong... I'm an idiot. Okay. Darn it. I was so proud that I was going to have these all just, like, working cleanly. These inputs don't match. The bottom tin pulp is this one, the middle one, not the side one. Shoot! mean, I could move the whole thing like that. Move that over there. Still do this. Still bring that through to there. This still connects. All right, that's fine. I don't love having this row, like, offset from the front of all the rest of them, but you know what? It'll be fine. And it'll make it easier, actually, to get this one out later, because, like, we're going to have to do something to do that. We're going to have to take something somewhere to extract this pipe. And apparently I never hooked up the MIBC input on this one, so let's get that done. I want to try to be keeping up with the various hookups that need to happen on this system so that I'm not losing my mind later. Yeah, that's going to want to go, like... Did it. I did the thing. The thing was something I was talking about at the beginning of the stream, is something that I frequently do by accident. If you hold Control-Shift when you're dragging a pipe past one that's at 90 degrees, it will overwrite it. Super Force Build gets a little too overexcited there. And the other thing this needs is water, which... There we go. All right, that has all of its inputs now. This one, we're processing the tin rejects all the way down. We're going to want to do... We got to get this out. And we can't quite reach... Well, we can. Yeah, pull that through. Because if we do another set of these, right, we'd want... Basically, this will jumper past the next one of these buildings. Yeah. Good enough. Okay. This has... It does have an output. And we're going to use red inserter here. We do want... power there. Right, and we could do a second row of these. Sure. I mean, I'd rather do it like here, I guess. And that way we can keep them tightly packed. No, we can't. Ooh. Have to put it like here for that. Yeah, now we could keep them tightly packed. Okay. Cool. It works. I don't love it, but it works. And then this has its output coming this way. And we have to merge that with, like, this output, I think, but we'll deal with that later. And then this... Actually, let's not deal with that later. Let's deal with that now. Let's figure out where we're getting the tin concentrate down. Just so that I kind of know what the lay of the land is going to be. All right, it comes to, like, here. In total, we make, like, 2/3 of a tin concentrate a second, so... how we deal with like which side of a belt things are on just doesn't matter. It's such a low quantity. And then this middle tin pulp here needs to feed another set of machines. Sorry, a hydrocyclone. Let's get realigned back on our sort of main grid. And this is making tin slime. Actually, let's go a little bit further. Because we're also going to have to process the tin slime. So let's go back to tin concentrate, actually. We're going to make the tin concentrate from this recipe now. Tin pulp, tin slime overflow. And we're doing the tin slime from middle tin pulp. Here we go. So now we can add each of these to our cursor. And this needs to bring in... All right, let's actually put this even a little further south. Because space is free. Because we need to bring in metal here as a catalyst. And what are we bringing in? Chromium. How much do we need? 0.33 a second. All right. Love it when things are in small quantities. Makes my life easy. And no solid output, just the tin slime out, right? Yep. And then tin slime is also this output. So that's this. And that feeds thickener, which, boy, that's an awful... I guess the thickener is kind of ratioed with everything else. It's hard to tell exactly. Especially because we have this coming in from 2 stages, but like these are all ratioed already into this. So if all of this is ratioed, then the thickener should also be ratioed. I don't know. But this has no solid inputs at all. It's all fluids. So it's really just a matter of hooking up, like... There we go. And then water as an input. And yeah, it's not going to have this input yet. And then that output is tailings. So we'll do... Here, we've got our normal output, and then we've got the tailings output. And all of this pipeline is just in service of being able to, like, tile these, right? We want to be able to go, like, here. Yeah, here. Because obviously these can't overlap. But we can go to, like, here and be able to still do, like, a row of these later. So I want to make sure that my pipe is designed so I can do that. And then this needs to meet up with other tailings out. Oh, which of course I can't quite do here, can I? I've got this pipe, but my undergrounds here are... okay. Can I move, like, all of this down one? Not really, actually. I can do this. All right, that'll be tailings, because there's always more tailings. And then the tin slime overflow from this, that's this, will come down into a centrifugal pan. Which is... and this also needs the soda ash regeneration solution. Here. That outputs tin pulp and yet more tailings. Tailings... can I... Here, let's actually do it here. And then... that tin pulp stage 1 goes into a grease table, which is also not ratio, unfortunately. Which means same deal. We kind of just take everything out to the side. Just kind of trying to leave a little bit of extra space, so if I need to route anything in an unexpected way, I can. And into the grease table, we're going to pull, well, grease. Shocking, I know. Not quite there. Ooh, I'm out of power lines. Wow. This is a hell of a build. What haven't we received yet? Oleochemicals. Did I request them? I did. Yeah, they're the only thing we haven't gotten. And that should surprise me. I mean, not at all, honestly. Yeah, no lard. What? Why am I not getting the Corlex signal? I have lard. I have so much lard. Eh? So what's the problem? Oh. Wait, did I just not handle spoilage on this belt? God, why am I so bad at this game? All right, let's head over there and let's fix that. Because the longer that sits broken, the more we're just going to be wasting materials. Right? Lard's just going to be spoiling in the station and... So what I need is like right here. There we go. I think that's the fastest that I can, well, other than messing around with, like... I guess this only pulls, like, 6 lard a second. So maybe what I should do... Take this to here. What I can do is just loop this back around. There we go. 3 inserters out, 3 inserters in. I'll set them to decay priority. And that should do it. Because, yeah, these will only use 6 a second, which is less than half a belt, so it's fine that we're only on one side of the belt. And then, sorry, this might have been obvious, but we loop the lard back into here, and then we already have filters for biocrud coming out. So rather than trying to, like, filter it at the sushi belt, we treat this as part of the sushi belt. going to go up to the mall, and I'm going to restock on, well, at the very least, power poles, and probably some other things. And then we will get back to work on the tin processing build. And then just a few minutes left until we actually have all the text for the tin processing build, and we should be able to see the second half of what I've built so far starting to turn itself on, which will be nice, because then I will be able to start debugging it. I'm sure there are issues. There are always issues. Let's make this 2 stacks of these guys. Signals should be in the things that are allowed to be made pile, right? Yeah. Yeah, we got 50 signals because that's all that I had buffered. I changed that to request more, so it will... Next time I come back up here, I'll be able to get all 100 of them. Everything else... A bunch of pipes. Obviously, fast inserters are still broken. Those will be broken until we fix tin. I should be getting lots and lots of rails very soon as the bots figure that out. All right, well, if I'm keeping like 400 of these in my inventory, I need to stock more than what I'm stocking here. Stock that up to a K, stock these ones up to like 2K. Use a bunch of niobium up, I don't really care. I think I have enough at the moment. What else am I waiting for? I could probably just wander on back down. Yeah, I don't think I need to wait for anything else. I think I've got enough. Hopefully, at least to finish the build. Let me just double check while I'm thinking about it. Sorry. Science, it's still Pi-Sci 2 that's kind of causing us some issues, which doesn't necessarily mean that Pi-Sci 2 is broken. It just means that everything else, while PySci2 was broken, had plenty of opportunity to buffer. Oh, this isn't hooked up right. Okay. Should it be horizontal? Is that what we needed? Yes. Yes. It just needed to be flipped. All right. That, I believe that last assembler for PySci2 is extra. Like, I had ghosted it in, but it's not necessary for everything to be correctly ratioed. It's just there. Okay. So this guy outputs tin concentrate and lubricant. So let's get the lubricant out. Done. I'm trying to take care of all of the side products, like, as they come up. Lubricant out. Okay. And then... oh, this needs filtration media, which I absolutely did not account for when I set all this up. Cool. That's fine. We do have room for a belt through here. Right to there. Sure. We'll figure it out. We'll get it routed. There. Filtration media. Not a problem. And power. And then I should be able to, like, copy and paste this whole thing right next to itself with no issues. Yes. That's always the goal. Is I want to be able to copy and paste these right next to each other, right next to themselves without any issues. All right, and then we've got this. This is our actual tin coming through here. The sort of main line of our tin concentrate output. And that'll come right out to here. And right to here. So that's like the first half of tin processing done. Like, we've got it all down to tin concentrate. All of the different side products, everything to this point. I mean, all of this is unfortunately not quite ever perfectly ratioed. A couple of places I did use one-to-one inserters or pipes, but, like, there's only a couple of places where you can get away with that. These ones are 2-to-1. And actually, this is set up so that I can do like this for it and link these to another set. I didn't go all the way, like, back out and in like I usually do with these, but yeah. All right, so now we've got tin concentrate. And that feeds what? 3 classifiers. All right. Which... Oh, right. I don't have the... I still don't have the recipes, Brandon. Let's set this to saying we want to make molten tin as our final thing. We're going to make molten tin from high-grade tin. We're going to make high-grade tin from high-grade tin mix. We're going to make the mix from tin pulp stage 3. There we go. There we go. That's all of our buildings with all of our products and byproducts and inputs. So first things first, tin concentrate into... Each of these takes a very small amount of tin concentrate. What's our total output amount here? 2 a second. Not a problem for just one belt. Sand is an output. So this is going to be a little bit different than how we usually do byproduct outputs, because I'm actually going to feed the sand back up into this deposit. And that way we'll just loop it through the system like that way, instead of... I could do it with like priority inputs or something like that, but you know what? It's easier to deal with here if I don't have to think about like... if I don't have to think about lane balancing or anything else when we're pushing like this partial belt into this one, like not going to deal with it, just going to do this. All right. And then that makes 1.34 high-grade tin concentrate, which goes into the flotation cell. This one's gonna stink. Because we have a lot of inputs on this. I think it basically has to be there. And then power can be like here. And that should tile. Oh, look at that. Nice and snug. I like it. Oh, but actually we could put this here instead. There we go. That's a little cleaner. And then power can go here. Does that tile still? That does tile still. Excellent. We only need one of these, but that's fine. As with other things, I'm going to throw in pumps to convert from niobium pipes for the longer runs to regular pipes for the shorter runs. And then we have output here, which is our tin pulp stage 2 and sulfuric acid, which is just a byproduct that we're going to have to get rid of out to another station. So let's get in our oleochemicals and kerosene. So those are going to come out like this. Yeah, something like that. Oh, and Twitch is telling me it's ad break o'clock, so I do run just one ad break an hour, just long enough to keep pre-rolls turned off, and I'm going to take that opportunity, as usual, to get myself a little more water. I recommend you do the same. Hydrate. Take care of yourselves as human beings. And when we return, we'll keep hooking this up, because this is a huge freaking build, and it's taken a while to get everything hooked up. But we're nearly there. We nearly have new 10. I'm excited. I'll see everyone shortly. Welcome back, everybody. Thanks for hanging around through the break. We are dangerously close. Ooh, that's interesting. It's an absolute coincidence that those line up that way, but as long as the pipes don't misconnect, we're good. What does this want? Pressurized air. All right, that's a thing that I can do. Do I have one pressure pump? I do. Pressurized air. Actually connect it, because the pressure pump is one of those ones that has weird tall building issues. All right, and then this output here, like a bunch of others, we pump to convert to the other kind of pipe. And it comes all the way across here. Where it is going to hook up to another fluid pickup station. And this one, well, I need to revisit all of these and set priorities and overflow logic and everything on all of the output stations. I haven't done that on any of them yet. And I will do them all at once instead of starting to do them piecemeal now. The other side of this is the tin pulp stage 2. That needs to go into a filter along with biofilm. All right. So if I check this, we should have our filter with its recipe right here. Biofilm will come in there. And the biofilm needs to come out of, like, here. Biofilm. And that outputs tin pulp stage 3 and no other byproducts. I like it when I have an easy step. Then the tin pulp stage 3 goes into a couple of evaporators. Oh, again, let's do it this way, because I can't set the recipe otherwise. All right. So these need... That's fine. To link these up, we can still tile them fine. Each of these outputs up to 1 a second. Where's my sort of standard? There we go. No side products there, so that's easy. And then that goes over to solid separators. Each taking in, all right, half of 1 per second. Beautiful, beautiful. Output on each of these, 0.37 a second, sure. These are going to need power. Even if they don't need power for inserters, they still need power for themselves. Okay, well, everything just got flipped on, so let's watch these one at a time. That looks good. These are spitting out what they need to spit out. These ones are starting to turn on. Tailings dust is going away. Feeding into this thing. This stage is not going to run, well, yeah, I think this runs at like 0.8 or something like that, so it's going to take a little while. There we go. And it's going to have to run a couple of times before these ones turn on. That one goes. That one goes. Oh, okay. Well, this one runs at least. Feeding this one. It's going to take a couple more runs of some of these, I think, before they all fully run. Because some of these are probabilistic recipes. So there we go. Tin Slime Overflow is coming into this a little more consistently now. Oh, I don't have grease hooked up right to this. Ooh, 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 ooh. There's your problem. There we go. Now this is running. Spitting out more of the concentrate. This just ran all at once with several recipes worth, so we're going to see some of this concentrate back up a little bit, but that's okay. And then sand output is being handled. All right. This is looking good. Nothing's backing up. Made the first high-grade tin. Excellent. Cool. Iron ore dust. Okay. Iron ore dust to the right. Let's get that hooked up as its appropriate output. And then, here, let's look at YFC real quick. So we're here, high-grade tin, iron ore dust. The next step is to turn that into the molten tin, and then molten tin into tin plate. I think I'm only going to do 2 casting units worth of tin plate, because 2 casting units is what's easy to fit around a train station. The rest of it goes to molten tin. So our 2 train station outputs that are left here, we're going to have a solid pickup here and a solid pickup here. And those are going to be, one of these is going to be the actual tin output, and one of them's going to be this iron dust. Doesn't really matter which one. Here, I've decided this one's the iron ore dust. Again, it's arbitrary. How much iron ore dust do we make in total? 0.42. All right, that's easy. And then this, along with how many of these do we need? 3 of them. Okay. And we're also going to have a belt here that is our borax and graphite. So let's get the borax and the graphite belt sorted. That's up here. So we need what? There's 4 high-pressure furnaces making graphite, and we'll do, like, 3 of these guys. Oh, and of course that is hitting this pipe. That's fine. Let's go north instead with it. So this'll be... Yeah, this is the belt. That needs to be fed all the way down south now. I probably could have planned that better. Actually. There we go. Just run the pipe all the way across the bottom of this. So we're going to have to take that over here, where we're going to have 2 casting units. Usually I can manage to squeeze 2 in. Yeah. And we've got a route over the... the only fluid that we haven't routed out yet. Yep, hot air. We actually can do something like that. Yeah, do I like doing that, though? Not really. Changed my mind. What if we go this way first? Well, no. Because I need one more pickup station for the molten tin. I did not account for that when I did my whole thing. Because the AFC page doesn't have molten tin in its outputs. It just has the tin plate. But of course, we also need molten. So we're going to have to route the molten tin up here, which means that if I want to take this out here, okay, it just barely fits. Hot air. And we're also going to need... Ooh. Let's do these slightly differently. Because I can fudge this power pole more easily than the other one. The molten tin is at this end. That is almost but not quite useful. All right, and we just need castings, and then the rest of the molten tin will overflow here. Not that we should really need an overflow valve, because, like, this should have... plenty, but... that is molten tin. So I got to route sand castings down 0.77 per second. All right, let's just go overkill. That will be tin plate, now available. Is this the same one that's been stuck? No, this is a different train that's stuck. Why are you stuck? Oh my god. Really? Oh, yeah, that inserter is not actually connected to this warehouse. Cool. At any rate, I think this is done. I think this is new tin. Finally, like, running. Which has been a long time coming. We've been waiting for this for weeks. And hopefully, pretty quickly, it will start to fix some of the issues we're having. I'm gonna have to go, like, shut down old tin, make it stop requesting things, and then disassemble it. But before I do that, we're gonna do this. We're gonna fix this. Oh, I never had this, like, fully hooked up at all. Look at that. I made lots of mistakes in this build, apparently. Oh, this is seaweed, not biocrud. Whoops, I thought I needed to make space for this, but no, it's the other way around. It's this that's taking up all the space. Cool. That should get going again on quality rock food. So possibly my rocks have stopped, which is going to have weird follow-on effects to other parts of the base. Largely, we would be relying more on formic acid from other processes, which can cause issues. Oh, and I want to double check, now that I've fixed the oleochemicals build, are we properly, like, running again? Yes. All right, way up here, the first ever tin build. So we can just turn off all of our requests for this and let it try to burn through all the resources it's sitting on and then disassemble it. But especially everything that needs molten tin should very, very quickly start to get it from the new build. We should be making that much more quickly. Tin plate is going to take a little bit longer. Like, we're still running off of just one. What did I do? Oh, I did the thing again. All right, let's go down and fix that. I also need to set up all the overflow and priority on all the output stations for that tin, so it's really not done yet. It's very close to done, though. And while we're here, let's also do... Let's get the main road paved, and let's get everything cleared here. That way, when I come through here, I don't hate myself. So, what do we have to do? Outputs. This is a stone output. This is a byproduct. Do I have a stone void? I think so. Yes. All right. So I need a proper void logic there. If I can find a place to copy it from. Ooh, a bunch of these are not actually set up with void logic on them. That's bad. That's bad, Brandon. This one is, though, so I'll copy it from here. All right, and stone only goes to 5K because they're stacks of 50. cool. And then here, this is tailings. That's greater than 200K for a fluid. Tailings dust, I'm not even sure about. Really? I'm out of deciders? No, I'm not. I just accidentally turned off my RoboPort. Tailings dust. Does tailings dust stack to 100? Yeah, so 10K. That's just tin as an output. That's fine. Sulfuric acid. This doesn't need void logic. It just needs to be marked as high priority. Because, of course, we're not voiding sulfuric acid anywhere. Tin is our output. Iron dust, I don't think we have a void for. And, like, maybe I should just set up everything that's a byproduct with potential void logic, and that way I don't have to go retrofit it. But lubricant is just high priority. That's inputs. That's inputs. That's inputs. All right. I guess that's all the outputs set up. At least all flagged as high priority. Yeah, MIBC is going to be the thing that we go through, like, pretty much the fastest at this build, but we did make a big MIBC build a couple of weeks ago, so I think we're okay there. Cool. It's, oh, this still doesn't have hot air. Right, because here got screwed up. I did the thing again where I let Superforce build get overzealous. Let's see how all of these guys are doing. Why is this blocked? This is blocked on... Is this inserter just too slow? No. Oh. It's this. One filter, 2 evaporators, 4 solid separators. And yet... Oh, these are having trouble with graphite? Graphite, 4 high-pressure furnaces, or 3.75, actually, so 4 should be enough. I mean, I can always make one more high-pressure furnace and throw it in, but, like... Eh? So we are only actually supposed to be running 2.5 of these per second for how much of everything we're making. So, like, the 3 of them can run a little bit over time. Like, we should be able to keep up with this buffer, is what I'm saying, and I'm not sure why we can't. It might just be that everything backed up a little bit before I had, like, the casting hooked up, but we're still kind of catching up on that. Yeah, look at that. We have so much tin. Push that up to a higher train limit, so it'll start dispatching more trains here more quickly. Same with this one. Let the trains come. Oh, our tin problem is solved. This has been a long time coming. I'm so happy. Cannot even begin to express how good it feels to have tin solved. Why do I have a pump in the middle of this? That really doesn't make any sense. So tin plate. Yeah, everything's getting tin plate now. Look at it all. What's this station that just brings tin plate and coke? Oh, capacitors. All right. So yeah, this should fix a lot of our electronic components that we're missing for being able to make both red chips and these electronics here. These electronics are what we're waiting for at the mall to finally start making blue inserters, because I did use that newer recipe. So once we get a load of those up here, we'll finally have blue inserters available, which is great. I do still need to make green and orange inserters on the mall. I never did that, but I was kind of waiting for blue to be done. Yeah. All right. Let's check this tin checkbox. And did we get a yeah, high grade tin? 527 hours. Oof. All right. Yeah, it looks like this has caught up on the processing up here for the most part. Like, this is staying closer to empty. Yeah, I think we just had some stuff backed up that was buffered in some of these stages. And it's just going to take a little bit for that to... Yeah, 1 filter or 0.42 filters to 1.67 evaporators. But yeah, I'm looking at this like the tin concentrate here was probably buffered further up. So these 3 guys, the classifiers, there's only supposed to be 2.3 of those, so they're running overtime. So I think as like where we had things kind of backed up and buffered gets drained, it'll all turn back on. because a bunch of these machines are only supposed to be running part-time. So I'm gonna have to keep an eye on like this bottom half of it, but everything's right according to YAFC. Like we can do some real basic, like 0.857. Well, that's actually hard to judge what we can make, right? Because everything's coming through these different partial. Lots of tin plate again. Should have lots of molten available as well, although the molten tin is probably getting sent places. Or at least was getting sent places. Molten tin is a lot more dense on rails, but that also means it's going to take, it's going to take a little while for these stations to... It's going to take a little while for this to fill up with enough to fill all the other stations, just because it is so dense. There's a little bit of a wait time there. All right, I'm reasonably happy. Besides just trying to keep an eye on, like, this. Seeing all this section. Again, this... Since none of this stage ran for a little while, I think we're probably still in the, like, catching up to stuff phase. Ooh, there's something wrong here. Tailings, 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 tailings. Tailings is not being picked up. Do we have too many tailings? We do have a lot of tailings. Guess I didn't realize that we were that close to, like, at capacity on tailings processing. And then this just has some borax and sand castings and a little bit of coke that are trapped here. I could go tear this up. I don't know if I want to right now, though. That sounds like work. Clean up that ore patch. Any other ones right here that I should do? I guess I could probably do these rare earths down here as well. I don't think I'm ever going to use them. Yeah, all right. So I'm going to have to keep an eye on our tailings processing capability then. Because we've got tailings processing, and then we've got, this thing that makes benzene out of them. Both of them are... barely full. I have multiple tailings things that are just, like, completely full. tar quenching is completely full, although I think tar quenching is specifically not a high priority source of tailings. Like, we do tar quenching to get extra tailings when we need it, because tailings is a big source of acid gas. I think that's how I had those priorities, like, set up. So it's fine if that one is sitting full, because these will just pull from that whenever they need to. It's any of the other ones that are sitting with a lot of tailings on them that I'm concerned about. But also a bunch of stuff would have just turned on at once, right? Like getting tin plate out to everywhere is going to mean, well, obviously we see copper here, right? Copper demand just surged. And then after that, we're going to have, you know, whatever copper pushes into, you know, as all of these electronic components come online, that's going to be turning things on down here in different places. So and a lot of these things were previously backed up, but then lost a lot of their buffer while we were waiting for tin, because tin has been on the edge of useless for quite a long time. So, excuse me. It's going to take a little bit for all this to turn on. And I think especially, I didn't account for these electronics Mark 1 when I kind of set everything up initially. So the things that these use, which are just circuit things, but they use a lot of resistors, they use a lot of capacitors, which use a lot of tin. So we might need to expand these builds just a little bit. If it looks like circuits, excuse me, are not, if circuits are being starved because we're making electronics, right? As for this, I don't know what to do about it. We might just need more tailings processing capacity, like that straight up might just be the issue. Ooh, I forgot I changed that part. That's fine. Yay, all right. I'm just fixing the signaling through this. Okay. Let's go look at tailings processing more closely. I want to see if I think I can reasonably easily scale it up further, like what we've got going on. I could look at this from the map view, but this way, if there's anything that I want to, if there's anything I immediately think I can change. Yep, because we've already got like 2 belts of tailings dust coming out of this. Yeah. And then up here to separation. So like Now that I have red belts, I guess we could double this again. The issue is getting, like, enough... Or even without red belts, we could double this again, right? If each of these is only one solid separator, like, it's not a big deal. But the question is, like, how much is... How much is going to be too much getting the fluid in, like, getting the actual tailings into this station? All right, we do finally have a train coming here. If I set this to a higher train limit, will it actually manage to get more in? Maybe. Because this wants to request 3, almost 4... Yeah, it should allow 4 trains now. Now we have 4 trains being sent here. Are 2 of them coming here? 2 of them are coming here. Okay. It'll empty pretty quickly then, once it starts to catch up. I think we just had, like I said, I think we had a bunch of stuff turn on all at once as tin got everywhere it needs to go. So things are a little overloaded. But, like, it does seem like we could afford to run more trains through here. This is not going wild. So if I wanted to double this again with 40 evaporators... oh, well, we're not going to do that because there's a lead-rich rock there. So we'll go over past the rock. To, like, there. I'm gonna have to come back with the buildings for this, obviously. And down here... Really? How much do each of these output? 5, 10. Okay, so we do need to bring down both of these belts here of whatever this is, coal dust. And I'll probably have to upgrade that coal dust station just because... Yeah. But... I think that's good here. That should be decent. It's probably not perfect, but fine. And then coming down here to coal dust. Yeah, this I'm going to need to upgrade to orange. So let's do that. Orange inserters. All right, that should... I'm not going to say it's perfect. Also, are those random? Interesting. My inventory must have been full at some point when I changed some rails. That's funny. All right, I got to go get the other buildings, but this will drastically increase our tailings processing capabilities down here. If these are sitting more than half full, like this often, with this many trains coming through, then yeah, I think we need to increase our... capabilities. 800 a second. What can one pump do in theory? 12,000? Okay, so we're not getting over like what can be pumped into the system yet. What I should probably change though, and I'm gonna wait until these get... Why are you stopped? Yeah, it's 16. I think I just had this briefly. Oh, I'm missing... Am I missing a belt? Is that the issue? No, we're bringing a whole belt through. Not sure. I think it's catching up. I want to see this get... There we go. Below half, so I don't void it all. We're going to do another one here. We're going to pump on this side. And then we're going to hook that up directly. And that way these aren't going to get constricted by the single pump that was here. As far as going to emptying things from rails. I am going to add one more tank, though, as well to my requests. And Twitch wants to run an ad. I do run just one ad break an hour, just long enough to keep pre-rolls turned off and to give myself a quick break to get some water, stretch my legs. because I can't sit in front of a computer all day like I used to. I'm getting too old for that. I recommend everyone else hydrate, take care of yourself as human beings. When we come back from the ad, we'll finish the upgraded tailings void build and then figure out what our next move is, because I think we're waiting for additives and we'll go from there. Ultimately, we want to get to better lead and silver processing. So those are our real goals. But I'll see everyone shortly. Welcome back, everybody. I think we're still waiting on a couple of things from the bots here. Before we head back to finish the uprated tailings dump. And there we go. Anything else we're still getting? I mean, we're waiting on a bunch of rails. That's fine. Fast inserters are still not actually being made in this side of the world. That's also fine. Now that we fixed tin, we'll kind of get a better idea of how much of a mess Electronics Mark 1 really are going to be as far as keeping everything else running. So I'm fine leaving those where they are for now. We're going here, so I guess this way. And this all needs power. So this should start moving quite a bit more quickly. Do I need a pump here at all? I don't really, do I? Just leave it like this. And I did. Ooh. I see something wrong. This can now be minus 300,000. Yeah. Awesome. I had messed this up. I lost the circuit connection of one of these. But it's all good now. So yeah, this will buffer up to 50% more and can now dump it super quickly as well. Alright, I just want to make sure that, like, the amount of all of these outputs is fine, that all the belts are working correctly. They all seem to be. I think we're good. Yeah, everything looks good. Nothing looks blocked. Doing fine there. We're doing fine here. These are coming in, and, well, we'll get to this in a bit. That's fine. We have plenty of buffer space here now. May as well push that to its limit. I'm still not seeing. I was worried that, like, pushing this much tailings through this station was going to be a problem, but, like, you really can push a lot of fluids through a train station very quickly. 3 pumps unloads a train very fast. Yeah. Sweet. I'm happy with that. That should get this just running now. Yeah, no problem there. And we have plenty of tin plate available for the things that want it. And we have lots of molten tin available for the things that want that. We're running out of trains, which I guess shouldn't surprise me. Fluid trains or solid trains? Entirely fluid trains. Okay. Let's set up little, little request for some more trains. We should have everything we need to build trains up here. Oh, it doesn't think we have gearboxes. Okay. That might be a problem then. Oh, and we just already had the fluid wagons available. Cool. But yeah, gearboxes are... I'm sure I'm requesting them. Yeah. We just don't actually have them. I did prioritize silver to ethylene glycol a few hours ago. I don't know if that means we've gotten any ethylene glycol. It's possible we haven't gotten a delivery of silver in that entire time. Especially if we haven't had a lot of soot recently. Then we may not be... Oh, but now that I can run tailings faster, we should be running tar quenching again, which is going to be a lot of soot. I mean, some soot. Yeah, because we're just pulling the tar out of this again. So that's a good sign. This will get pushed into silver processing. All this soot is just silver. So... yeah. Maybe that's part of why our silver has been iffy, is tar quenching has been blocked up because our tailings processing was having issues. Cool. Because, yeah, these guys are waiting on antimony. And that's blocking gearboxes. Which we don't have that many anyway. I think I'm going to go hand deliver some gearboxes to the mall. Just so that we have a few hundred there for whatever we need to make that needs them. I don't love doing that, but it'll help with... it will help with getting the trains built that we need right now. Yeah, all of this is fluid stations, so I do really want to get those trains going. And then hopefully, once we have the new silver processing tech, ethylene glycol is never a problem again. Like, that's the goal. Oh, it looks like I need to remark a bunch of the stuff at the old mall for deletion. It timed out. Fix that as well. Where am I? Further east. Science is running 12, 13 SPM. That's fine. We are still short on Pi Science 2. But Pi Sci 2 is running. So I think we're just kind of still waiting for Pi Sci 2 to catch up. Or more likely, Pi Sci 2 is running at its normal speed again, and just we have other science packs that are buffered because they kept being built while Pi Sci 2 was blocking our science progress. Oh, no, stop. We don't need these things. We don't need these things. Oh, and now we don't have enough shafts. Shoot. Well, that's not helpful. Tin. Do I not have tin plate set up on the mall? I don't. I have tin copper cable, but I don't actually have tin plate. Interesting. I was wondering why the bots were bringing all this tin plate over to this storage instead of to a better storage. And the answer is that I don't actually have tin plate set up as a casting station down here. Which just seems wild to me, but... There we go. That should get tin plate available and give it a dedicated storage space so they won't be storing it up here anymore. And then as far as waiting for more trains, I should have grabbed some shafts at the same time that I grabbed the gearboxes, and I didn't think about it. But we can at least get 3 trains going. Maybe that's enough for now. Where am I going? There's a train depot right down here, isn't there? Yes. Yes. Oh, wait. There's a way to do this. I have blueprints now. That's right. I have to do it with the blueprints or it doesn't work. So I blueprint it. Yeah, they're automatically correctly on schedule. If I drag and drop it, I have to do it manually. Okay. 3 more trains. It's not a lot, but maybe it'll do. Yeah, it does seem like it's all fluid trains that are the issue, so... Hopefully we can catch up there. How are we doing on... I did want to grab some shafts. Oh, this is really close to being ready to make a delivery. So maybe I just don't bother. Although every place that wants shafts right now. So maybe I do need to hand deliver some to the mall if I want it to actually run. So, we're waiting for this additives tech, and then lead processing and silver processing. Silver is what's bottlenecking our mechanical components right now, because that is what's bottlenecking ethylene glycol. Hopefully we have a little more silver, like I was saying earlier, from soot soon. That should help. I mean, a little bit. But even still, it's 10 ash to, what, 0.3 silver plate? That's not a great ratio. Yeah, 15 to 0.45. And then this build down here is just super temporary, right? This is a whole second lead build that's just responsible for silver right now. But it is slow. I think I burned through all the silver that I had buffered, making vat brains. It's the fetal serum uses quite a bit of silver. We can see right now this is turned off because nothing is getting silver, right? Like, I'm pretty sure if I search for silver, everything is going to be real sad. Yeah, minus 3K, minus 3K. And I guess this is vat brains that only request 600 a second and not the normal full amount because I don't know. But yeah. One of these is glass fiber. It's like fiber optics, not fiberglass. And the other one is the oh, yep, that's the one that's fiberglass. Sorry, or fiber optics. I had them backwards. This one is ethylene glycol. And, like, we only need a little bit more ethylene glycol to get some stuff to start turning on again, but antimony has been broken for a while. So once the floodgates open on antimony, we're going to have a lot to do again. Let's delete everything in the middle there again. Delete all of this here. Down here, just make sure all of these ones are tagged. All of these ones are tagged. All of these ones are tagged. And I guess this, but maybe I should try to ship this melamine out a different way. Yeah. I'll leave that one. I'll figure out. I'll set up a train or something. Set up a high priority source of melamine just to empty what's sitting here. Rather than sending it all to the mall. The progress on getting this all, like, emptied and transferred, though, has been really nice. Like, we are definitely making progress. But every load looks like this, which is, you know, a problem. But it'll get done eventually. Okay. Don't really... What time is it? 5:30. It does seem like I need more trains. All right, I'm gonna go get... I hate to do this, but I'm gonna do it. We're gonna set up request for trains again. And I'm gonna go ahead and head back and grab some shafts and just hand deliver them. We're just gonna run back and forth across the map. It's stupid, but until we get the next couple of techs, we're in kind of a rough place with silver and therefore with things that depend on it. I do think that, well, once we get additives done, we'll be able to do some of these things while we're waiting for, like, the other techs for lead and silver and iron. Just because additives are... we need... I know we at least are going to need a bunch of Z3 reagent. We're going to need some of this RMAC 12D. We're going to need acid solvent. We're going to need Aerofloat 15. We're going to need a bunch of this stuff. So, as we, once we get the additives tech done, we can take a look in YAFC and try to figure out which of those things we want to prioritize doing, like, sooner than later, versus which ones we think we need to, which ones we think we can hold off on. Because, like, we're going to need some of them for silver and lead, right? If we just, like, look through here. Yeah, Z3 reagent. A lot of the Z3 reagent. Maybe just Z3 reagent for lead. Silver doesn't need anything new. Okay. What is this recipe that uses fuel rods? But then in iron processing, petroleum sulfonates. We're making some xylanol directly as part of heavy oil processing, but we should look into if any of the recipes and additives are worth adding to our build. Yep, the RMAC 12D is in here. So the iron upgrade is also going to require some things. And we can see that blocked behind additives is like a bunch of other metal upgrades. We don't need all of these right away. I don't know if we need any of them right away. I'm generally trying to just do the metal upgrades when I need them. I'm not upgrading just for the sake of it. I'm upgrading when it's meaningful for the base. And at the moment, like, it's really meaningful to upgrade tin. Tin's been busted. Obviously, it's meaningful to upgrade silver. We've never had good silver production. But do we need to upgrade iron? Like, I marked it, but I feel like our iron has kind of caught up, and maybe it was just some spikes in demand as we were enabling them all that caused iron to have problems to begin with. So, like, maybe we don't even actually need to do iron processing 3 right now. If we don't want to do iron processing 3, then, like, what is the next goal? Maybe it's time to start thinking about I don't know. We could do braking force 1. That'll make all of our trains just a fraction faster. Electric energy distribution. So much stuff. I guess the thing that I was thinking about working towards was silicon processing, and silicon processing will become a bottleneck for us again now that we've like fixed our tin bottleneck. So maybe we can go back to thinking about that route down. Plus, I think that's all dependencies of towards Pi 3 anyway. Maybe not. Maybe we don't need oh, yep, there we go. Diamond processing is on the way to Pi 3. We need Arquad 2s, which makes me think we're going to need something horrible from them. Here we go. Arquad Propolis. Propolis? Which we get from... You feed Dilmos to the bees. Okay. So that's something we should be thinking about, right? Like if we need to make Dilmos. Our supersized crossbred crustacean. Like there's a bunch of stuff that we have to do before them. Cridrons. Oh, which are apparently a plant. Sure. I don't know if I would have called that, but I accept it. Cool. These have the shafts on the way now, so we'll get... Get the last couple trains. We can get a few more trains set up. It seems like trains have kind of caught up for now, but it doesn't hurt to just add a few more fluid trains. I guess I should add radar coverage to this block as well when we go over there. All right, we're waiting for one more locomotive, and we're waiting for, like, one more of these guys? Are the shafts on the way? The shafts are on the way. There they are. And once I get that, we'll set up those extra trains. We have a lot of rocks that have gotten delivered here, of course, because, well, they also come out of my inventory all the time. And logs. Some of that stuff that just ends up with huge amounts in logistics storage. I need to maybe think about if we want to put a provider on rails for some of those things. Because, like, obviously we bring in logs here, but we can definitely, and same with stone, but this just gets filled up. So we could definitely get rid of the excess. Especially if I have it set up to not pull from buffer chests, so those buffers would just stay full. All right. 5 more trains. That should help with some of our train demand. How are we doing down here? We should see that, like, all of these are running pretty much full time. Yeah. And we're not really accumulating capacitors or resistors yet, which doesn't surprise me. Again, because we also are building Electronics Mark 1 here, I suspect that we're not actually making enough capacitors and resistors right now for, like, the whole system to run. Yeah. So that might be something we want to fix sooner than later, is do just like 50% more capacitors and 50% more resistors. Or maybe even double them. I don't know. But like, we're not making that many in the grand scheme of things. This is like, what? Yeah. We make like 6. So I think we can easily do 50% more without even messing with our inserter outputs. And once I fix the inserter outputs, we can easily double this. Up here is a little more fidgety because we got to readjust the whole ceramic build and some other bits of it, but like, not that bad to actually do. All right, let's put that stuff on the to-do list then. Double capacitors, and high power resistors. And I think that will be a good thing to start with on Thursday. That's a nice simple throughput. Nice simple fix. We're just not making enough of those components anymore, so we can scale those, especially now that we have tin. And then that will take us right into having additives, hopefully, done. And we can get the ones that we need for lead and silver and maybe iron. I'm still not sure if I want to do iron processing. I'm taking it off the list. I'm making a decision. And then we have to decide where we're going from there, what our next techs are going to be, and what our goals are going to be, because we're still... I feel like I'm very much still just, like, trying to get this base running stably again since we got to ChemSci. So... whatever we really need to get things running more stably, and if we can make more forward progress, then we will do so. But yeah, thanks very much everyone for watching. As always, I really do appreciate it. I'll be back tomorrow. I've been really enjoying Alchemy Factory, so I think we're doing more Alchemy Factory tomorrow. Pie on Thursday. Yeah. I'll see everybody next time.